Good morning, Royal Family, and welcome back to another episode of the Coin King channel. It's your girl, Down the Crypto TA. And what a ride yesterday. So, when we left the stream yesterday, actually, sorry, give me just a second. Let me change something here. Okay, so when we left the stream yesterday, we were actually in a short position, which played out rather nicely. Let's see, where were we at? We were here. So we did this short position right here. And we happened to bounce from this pattern formation in here. So some of the things that we were covering yesterday was the range that we were in that we identified from the 4-hour time frame, and that price could not come back inside of the channel on a 4-hour basis, not these time frames over here. So if we closed outside the channel on a 4-hour, then we couldn't come back in. If we didn't close and just left the wick on the 4-hour, then that was fine. And that was exactly what happened yesterday. So it was this candle right here. We wicked back down into a ranging zone. I think I need this. Let me take this off of here. And then suddenly, Bitcoin just gets this God candle. It just goes boom. It's actually at the grocery store at the time. And I got stopped out of my long position. I got stopped out of my long position when price came down because I was in my long from somewhere around here. And I got stopped out. And then I was very hesitant about whether or not I was going to re-enter it. And the reason for that is because price ended up breaking out of the low side of the channel. Because I started watching the 5-minute time frame, we were outside of the channel. So I was very hesitant about it. I did enter here initially. And then when this candle, the second candle came back out, I was like, oh my gosh, I don't know if I want to be in. And finally, I changed my mind just in time. I changed my mind just in time to catch the ride. So I'm currently not in a short position at all. I did enter in the short initially, and fear, because I get that sometimes. I do. But here's the thing. All right, we're hooting and hollering about the price action on Bitcoin, and we've gone nowhere. And this isn't to be a Debbie Downer, because I really would love for Bitcoin to pump, because I really love for altcoins to get a chance to shine as well. A lot of altcoins will run when Bitcoin runs. I didn't really see that yesterday, aside from the Ethereum, but we've gone nowhere. And I've mentioned this before here too. So we're still in this range. And this range here, this is our range. I can get rid of this now. This is what we were initially doing, bouncing from the 236. So we're in this range, and this range comes from the monthly time frame. So if I flip over here to the monthly, you see right here, we have a mother bar here, and we had our inside candle here. And all we did was come up and dust the top of this liquidity, we went $37.90 higher. That's it. That is literally all we've done as we continue to be in this range. Take this mid off. So I'm really not getting, I mean, I'm happy, but I'm really not getting the excitement. Like, we've literally done nothing. Even from here, that's a little better. That's like almost 2,000 bucks. But we've literally done nothing but stay in our range, which is where we're currently sitting right now. So we are forming some sort of formation. I've moved it a few times here. So when I first saw this formation, it was like this. And it was like, we're getting the breakout. It didn't work. The breakout didn't work. So now it's like this. We're getting the breakout. We come back down to it. We ended up bouncing, but we did come back inside of it, if it's even an actual formation. I mean, it looks like we're trying to wedge, but I'm not sure. So then I look down here. Turn this off. Well, you can see the massive squeeze here. I can start there. Turn off all of these indicators. All right, so you can see the massive squeeze that price action is in. So we're, price action is compressed at the time. So we're not, volatility is very skimpy at the moment. So we can expect some sort of an explosive move to take place. This puts us back inside of a range too. So this outside bar here, this mother bar here, this is going to be our range now. And then we'll be looking to break this high or potentially come back down here and test this low at 109. That's the possibility. Here, I could see the squeeze was happening. So right here, I can see where we stop out. And we love this indicator. We use this quite a bit now. But you can see where we fall out. And we're having a hard time right now. At least the low end down here, it did somewhat come back down towards the bottom. So I can't really say that there is a squeeze here on the 15-minute time frame that's going to drive prices down, but I can see it over here on the 1 hour. So we're running out of a little bit of space, and we could be coming back down quite a bit. I mean, this squeeze is going to be everything. It is. So hopefully we end up catching the right side, and we'll see if that happens while we're on stream. This purple line here is where I could identify the liquidity was sitting. So when we hit here, I was looking for the measure move down to here. And this is where I actually get out of the short, thinking they probably won't go any deeper than that. And they did. Just slightly. You can see we break it, we come back up to it, retest it, and push through and come. So we've just been being bonging around this. I need to look at those levels, and then I'll map them out. And this time I put them in purple, so there's no, in yellow, so there's no confusion about what that level is. So not necessarily seeing the squeeze as much here on the 15-minute time frame. So I won't be using this as guidance right now unless price comes back up and then we start to see the lower bound rise again like it is over here. So you can see, we got a slight rise in the low down here. And then you can see the indicator turn down along with price action. And when I look at the RSI, we have a bearish cloud cover. Right now, the RSI is not in between the blue and the yellow, which is where you want to see it to indicate that a squeeze is actually happening. When it's outside of both, then it's in that direction. So it's either going to be down or up. And right now, we're down. So no squeeze here, just showing that price action is going down. So we'll need to watch that as well. Let me turn these two here. Hold on. Let me look at this one, and then I'll turn those two back on. And this is just confirmation of what the Bollinger Band is doing. That's all. So this is the BB percent here. And yeah, rejecting. So we're getting a little bit of rejection now. We're starting to get a rise out of this lower bound here, which means that that squeeze could end up breaking to the downside. So just bear that in mind. Bear that in mind. I have to bear that in mind too, as I have taken zero profit from this long position, in hopes that the sentiment that everyone else has is the sentiment that's going to play out. But technicals could be telling us something different. And we don't have to break down below the measured move for the rising wedge at this point, even though, to be honest, that is still intact. That has not been invalidated. It's still intact. I dropped it from my chart to focus on this wedge here that we were sitting in. No, it's this wedge. This wedge here that we were sitting in for the breakout. I dropped it for that. But that rising wedge is still intact. Still very much intact. So then let's look at the 15-minute, the 1 hour, and see what we got going on. So bearish or negative, I'd rather go with negative delta cross here as we're just consolidating. Negative MACD cross. So the MACD is not in a positive state right now. That can change, and it's okay because of how far away from the zero line the MACD is. I always look at that whenever I see a negative cross or the MACD cross its signal line. Sometimes you have to take it with a grain of salt. When it's this far away from that zero line, it may mean nothing at the moment. So we have the squeeze over here. Now, this is going to be a little bit confusing in terms of what's happening with price action because of the mixed signals. This could be as much as we do on this move down over here. We can just continue to hold this low here. We don't actually have a top. We have a low. Should I tell you what I'm going to do? I'm going to delete that. And then that way we're not fixated on that top side. And just do it like this. As long as we continue to respect this low, unless we have a shape-shifting pattern over here. We're fine. So we have a squeeze over here, which could indicate a little bit of selling pressure. Now, it doesn't indicate a reversal. It just indicates that we can come back down here, maybe even back test these highs over here. I would like for us to do nothing more than possibly retest these highs, but maintain the lower bound of the channel, which currently is sitting at 109,226.2. On the flip side, possibly to the top side of the cloud at 110, 154, possibly to the top side of the cloud, because we could come back down and kiss the scale. That's possible. That's a possibility. Now, with the drop from the top here, from the red, whenever the red drop, it usually indicates some sort of a push to the upside incoming. So we're still in the squeeze. We can continue to bing bong around in here until we actually do see that rollover, that spillover. So the spillover is something that is going to happen. That's going to happen. Bearish cloud cover here, but at least on the 1 hour time frame, price is in a squeeze. The same way we can see us narrowing in here as a squeeze. And I didn't have, yeah, we talked about that and collapsed that. And this is money flow. I don't think that there's anything in here to really consider. So money flow is falling off. So we want to see this go back to gray because money flow is falling off here. I'm not even sure what the excitement was, but just take a look here. I remember saying yesterday, okay, this looks bearish because the cloud was pushing up, but I should have been more patient because price wasn't close enough to it. So, but as it continues to rise and it gets closer to price action, if it gets to a place where it can engulf price action, the same way we see the cloud covers, then that'll be the bearish go. So how you keep coming up, and you get to a place where you're close enough to price, and then you do something like this. So we're going to be watching this too, because I know, I mean, I saw YouTubers yesterday that I haven't seen in forever, and I support a ton of crypto content YouTubers, a ton. Sometimes I have to tune them out because I don't want their TA to affect my TA because I see things a lot differently most of the time, and yeah, but I do support. All right, so let's look here. Now we're still, you don't see any white yet here on the 4-hour time frame, but you can see the indication of a correction. Now the RSI looks nice. I have zero issues with the RSI right now on the 4-hour time frame. This looks nice. There is no bear divs anymore here. The bear div that we were seeing over here, that's gone now. So that was all invalidated. But still the indication that a correction is going to happen. And that can immediately shift the sentiment. I mean, so many people are already just not feeling the crypto space right now. Altcoins are not pumping. Bitcoin is months of sideways, barely moving above the highs. So I get it. But some sort of a correction showing for the 4-hour time frame. You see here, this right here was from sellers. So this was saying, okay, the downtrend is ending. As the yellow orange comes up, because I changed the colors yesterday, as the orange comes up, then buyers are taking over. That's what you get. Here, we're green. So when we're green and we see this happening, then we know that we have selling pressure. This is saying, okay, the bulls may be a little bit exhausted. We're going to come down. We're red. I mean, we're bearish for a little while until we start to come back up and we start to print in our green. And this is how you see the red drop. So a push up is coming. You're generally transitioning from the previous color. Generally. Then we go green and we go up, and then here we're green and we get the white line pops up, we cross down, we're selling. And we're back up. Okay. So as soon as we see some white over here, it's going to confirm the breakdown of price action here. It could be that this wedgie structure here that people are getting bullish on could break down. But we'll wait for it to confirm it to us before we do anything. Daily. Mentioned this on the stream yesterday too, because this was showing that we did have the positive break here. Just needed the confirmation from the lower time frames. But this was showing yesterday that when we fell out of the rising wedge formation here, just using the scale, that we got a break up from this formation, which was what we were watching yesterday, which was this wedgie structure in here. So momentum had shifted. But here, this top side, this is our resistance right now. So we'll be looking for momentum to shift in here too. Want to see that momentum shift. Otherwise, we just, again, dusted the liquidity from the top and we could come down. I don't see any structure here. So just a false move from the break could be the thing. Like we had a false move from the breakdown of the rising wedge, and maybe we go back and we confirm the actual drop, because this is still intact. I can do it like this, and then we can see where we had the breakdown and push back in, and we're at the resistance, and then we could actually see the fallout. That's possible. Or we can adjust it for here, and then we can see if maybe we just back test this if we come down. We could also do that. But we have to wait for something to happen first. Because right now we're just consolidating. Still within a larger range. We're trying to make some progress over here on the RSI. So we are slightly above the yellow signal, but we don't have the momentum here. So the further you zoom out, we're lacking momentum. Let's go weekly. Same situation here on the weekly. This was up a little bit higher into that tap. So this is what I have to work with right now, is this. But this is our ascending broadening formation. So I did a video on this Sunday. I did a video on this, and I expressed that if you were to apply, and I did it from the monthly time frame as well, which made it a little bit easier to see what I was talking about. But if you were to apply your trend line across these two highs right here on logarithmic, then you'll see that price has been tapping out across here. And that's all we've done, is just hit our heads up against the top. But I say that because of the broadening formation, that there is a chance that Bitcoin's price action can come back up here and tap the top side of the broadening formation, because we haven't done that. We haven't done it in a while now. We haven't tapped the low again, and we have not tapped this high again. Now this structure here that I'm seeing would tell me that, encourages me, let me put it like that, it encourages me that price could come back up, could come up here and tap the top side. So if I do the measured move, then that puts us here. It's actually about 130. 130,500, we'll say, to the upside. That's the measure move for price action breaking to the upside. If I do it to the low, that would put us down here at the bottom side of the channel formation, of the broadening formation. And that's about $74,000. We could still do 74. Based on everything that I've studied on the chart, we could still do 74. I'm not thinking 74. The last time I said that was back here. I said price to hit 100 and I don't know what I say, 110,000, 109 to 110,000 before it does 4,000 or whatever. And we did that. We did that first, and then we came up and we hit targets that I initially thought that, would have happened first. So based on, let me turn the QTD off. Let me see if this is better from this point. Nope, it's better from the weekly. All right, so based on the BB% dynamic cloud, price can come down here to the 74. That would be the lowest without expanding the lower bound. So we've gotten 0 expansions from the lower bound. If we did, it was very minor, very minor. So no expansion here. Only a small expansion here. So from where this line is right here, price will wick just a little bit, but generally no expansion, which tells me that price, if it chose to, it could come down here to about 83.8 to about 74.4. We could do that without expanding the lower bounds of the dynamic cloud here for the BB%, because that's where we've been finding support at as well. Since we've started this uptrend, we come back down into the dynamic cloud, 0 expansion. Now, this is what an expansion looks like, where you get these humps and you can see it going down. That's an expansion. So we expanded here. This again is 0 expansion. So for a while back here in 2020, 2021, we didn't interact with it except for once in here with 0 expansion. And then when we came up and we started to expand, that happened to be where we rolled over. No expansion to expansion to further expansion. So obviously we can come back down into the cloud, which again, that measured move was to the lower bounds of the cloud, of the cloud and the ascending broadening formation. So that's a possibility. We can do that. Okay. RSI just barely piercing here, just barely. So just barely. We want to see some follow through there, and really want to see some follow through of this blue one. It should be able to push through here, and we're not getting that. We're not getting this, where this is on top and we get those big moves. We're not getting that there. We're getting this. We're getting 2021. It doesn't go up. We're getting that right now. And we want these big moves where it crosses up. And we're doing that. Crosses up and we're getting the nice move. Even over here, you know, this is where we're at. And we want that over here with all this chop. But this was squeezing price up higher here until it wasn't. Because it's nice to see it. This is what we want to see. And we're not getting that on this time frame. We can see it in price action. We can see it in the indicators. We're not getting that right now. So we're just going sideways. And this is a bearish pattern. Ascending broadenings are bearish formations. There's a discrepancy between bulls and bears on the value of Bitcoin. We got a small rise here out of the low on the weekly time frame. And just like the RSI, just a bit of resistance there. But we're getting a rise out of the low, which means a squeeze and correction. Rise, squeeze, correction. Rise, squeeze, correction. Rise, squeeze. And this was going from bearish to bullish. Rise, squeeze, correction. That's bearish to bullish. So this is us going from bearish to bullish. This is us setting up the squeeze over here. And it won't be until you actually start to push through that on the weekly time frame that you get your correction. Rise, squeeze, correction. So this is just a smaller rise because we're not as aggressive in price action right now. Something else I noticed too was money flow. We're blue, which is positive, which states that we have some space for green, right? I haven't seen us get a correction until this goes into green. It's when you get in green that you really, so I've started pairing it together with that just to identify. So we're green in here. So then we correct. And we're yellow. We're looking to go up. We're yellow. We're looking to go up. We're green. We're looking to come down. We're green. We're looking to come down. Not as much here. But nonetheless, it was a down day. We're green. We're looking for a correction. We get a correction. We're red. We really want to throw our money in there. I don't care what you got to sell. You sell it. Just kidding. Just kidding. Don't do that. Red, accumulation. As you can stay red for a minute. So red accumulation. You would have accumulated here. You would have accumulated again here. And you wouldn't have been trying to buy every freaking dip. You wouldn't have been trying to buy the dip of the dip of the mother dip of the father dip, brother dip, dip. Okay? We did not go to green here. We stuck in blue before we started to roll over. But we got green in here. Okay, so now we can start to look at some other things and factor some other things in. We diverged. So it's not going to be 100% every time. That's why you have to look at other things. You could draw the trend line across here to see where you start to break down. And this is simply the regular money flow indicator that I applied colors to based on my studies of the money flow indicator and where changes tend to develop. So this isn't some special indicator. It's just the regular money flow indicator that I applied color to based on my studies of it. We're green through here. And then it'll flip to the color when it's ready to descend. So it'll go from green to blue when it's ready to descend, and yellow to gray when it's ready to lift off. We're green, we're hot. We're green, we're hot. Be looking for things to cool off a bit. We're green, we're cooling off. We're green here, and we got our cool off there. We're green through here. Yeah, so money flow in the green, unless we do 2021 and we just stick with blue and we roll over from blue. So we'll be watching this as Bitcoin price action does nothing right now. Be watching money flow, be watching the DTI, be watching the RSI. Those are my three. And of course, any sort of a trend line if money flow goes into green. And you know money flow is in green when it's 80. When it's 80 and higher. So on your regular RSI indicator, unless you go over to use AI. If you can't create a script, just use AI and just color code things. Right, let's go to the point we hit green. And I probably would end up doing something like the line chart. And then look for the breakdown, or just look for the color change. The color shift is faster. All right, so we're getting a little bit of a reaction from my bottom trend line here. So we're just going to stick with the lower trend line. We're going to eliminate the top because we actually don't have a high. We can see that we clearly have a bottom, but we cannot clearly identify a top. It's too choppy at the tops. But this isn't something that I would be looking to trade on the 15-minute. It looks horrible on the 15-minute. It's not smooth like this. Bumpy. Let's see what the 5-minute is looking like. This money flow was taken. I'm going to delete that. Liquidity, was taken. This looks a little bit better here on the 5-minute time frame, but still, I'll wait for us to, I still don't like it that much, but definitely look better here. So we're just ranging again. I don't like it over here either. Let me go through some other time frames a little bit higher. And again, when you don't get, I prefer to wait for the rise from the lower range. Prefer to wait for that and to see a squeeze, even though you can correct off of it just based on the smoothing signal over here, which is this orange. But generally, when this doesn't rise up, then it could be open volatility and you can nuke. But I prefer to wait for some sort of a rise out of it. It's better. Like over here, for this pump, well, I don't know if I can use this as a good example. I don't have a good example that I could use that would make sense. Maybe, yeah, I do. Here's one right here. Not necessarily. Okay, but you can see how low it is. It's not like this over here. It's not this type of squeeze. So the lower it's sitting and price reacts to it, it just shows you the amount of volatility that you can get. So you can really take a tumble. And this would have been the opposite. I would like to see the red come down. It didn't necessarily come down, which means that you have a lot of room, a lot of space to push higher. This is some old line. Correction down is, I mean, that's what I'm getting from the 2 hour, 3 hour. RSI still looks good right here. Looks really good. 3 hour. Skip the 4, go to the 6. Yeah. Everything is screaming. We come back down first. And just hope that we don't continue to tumble. When we come down, that we find some ground. The first level we'll be looking at is going to be this one here. This would mean a change of character on the 15-minute time frame. If that happens, a change of character on the 15-minute time frame and lower. You'll still be good over here because you have to break this low over here on the 1 hour time frame. I'm going to keep my highlighted zones that I have. And thank you, love. Let's put it right there for me. I'm going to keep the highlighted zones I have down here that could save price action just in case. Not saying that's going to happen, but just in case. But the first zone that we'll be looking for will be this one. Now let me go over here and take a look at liquidity. So we do have, let's take a, I'm gonna bring us over here to I'm loving this coin glass chart. It's a lot easier to read than the traditional one that they offer, which is free. And this one is free right now too, so do take advantage of it. So you can see some buyers stepping in as price is coming down. And you can see this liquidity through here, which is, let's get this right, 110, 506. So that's assuming that we don't take out. No, that is sitting right here. Hold on. This is the only thing that irritates me. This box. So that's basically the liquidity here. I was assuming that it was slightly above that region, but it's not. So that's just the liquidity sitting in here. There are some buyers waiting to step in at this level. There are a few buyers looking to step in here. As you can already see, buyers are stepping in. But here. And then we can identify our sellers going up. The biggest cluster being here at 112.6. So we'll check back in on this too. So the range high liquidity, and then this range low liquidity here from the formation that we're in. We'll be checking out those two. I already have this blue box on my chart, just in case. But we'll stick with the range for now. So this is what I'm looking at here. And then we could say this first inside bar here. So let me put this on a 1 hour just to take a look at this. So this is all the inside bars, and then this is our mother bar here on the outside. So we can sweep the low liquidity first, and then take out the liquidity at the high. That's another thing that market makers were doing. When I started the stream yesterday, I was like, okay, we're not taking liquidity from the highs or the lows at this point. So I'm in a long and a short. So I'm slonging until price action makes a decision on what it wants to do. That should have been my first indication there. They're going to take the prices higher because they quit. They quit grabbing the liquidity from the lows. And usually when they do that, they're going up. They took liquidity from midpoints, mid reversal points, but they didn't take liquidity from lows. And everybody and their mama, including myself, was looking for something like that to happen. Sellers are creeping on up. Yeah, sellers are creeping up. We're starting to fade this green. Oh, I said that we need to watch that today. How about H bar? Just to switch up the subject a little bit here. H bar has been crushing it. I'm not sure if you joined me in doing that small leverage trade, which was very little money. So basically, the concept was, and it can be, it's beginner friendly leverage trader, or people who have low capital. So you take $100, you divide it out into five altcoins of your choice. So far we identified 2, with the exception of Undo, which we never got into, or at least I never got into it. So we did OP and we did H bar. H bar was the very first one. We take our little $20, 5x leverage, and we're holding that one for a target around 24 cents. Now, if it looks like it wants to proceed past that, then you just hold on. OP, yeah, I know why we didn't do Undo. Undo was a little bit, the return was going to be very minor on that one. We want something that would be as equal. So let's say 4 of your setups fail, but 1 works. You would probably break even, so you wouldn't be losing any money. If 2 out of 5 of your setups work out, you made some cash. And then the better your odds of winning, you've done well. That's the idea. And so with the H bar, which I gave at 14 cents, I'm now up 118% on the H bar setup. OP, which was a struggle, finally came into some profits at 8% up. So the OP entrance was at 57 cents. It's barely moved, but H bar has been doing really, really well without Bitcoin. So now we need 3 more. I was looking at XRP, just never made a decision on doing that one. It's too late now. It was XRP, SUI, and potentially Airdrome. But I'm starting to feel Theta a lot. I like the Theta chart. The average cost is, or their cost right now, their value is low enough that we could do that, that little challenge. I'm gonna wish I kept that short probably, but no, I'm not gonna take a short right now. If Bitcoin takes a nasty tumble, all that energy from yesterday, all the, I told you, yeah, that's gonna fade real quick into complete silence. We've broken out of this pattern. No, we're still in the range. You can break all the patterns you want to break inside of a range. It's still a range until you break the range. I sounded angry when I said that. I'm just so energetic this morning. Maybe it's the coffee. I don't know. But no, that's facts. You can break all the patterns you want to break inside of a range, but it's still a range until you break the range. Just like this. We can break this pattern inside this range, but it's still a range until we break this range. So based on this indicator down here, at this point, if the white flips up right now, then it would be continued selling pressure down here. So we know that we're looking at the liquidity down here at this low, if that happens. And then we would assume that price action would just sweep this liquidity and come back up. Now, if that happens, this could be a rejection zone. If not, then we'll come back up here and we'll take this liquidity here. And then everybody can talk about how we have a brand new all-time high by taking out this little point right here, which is up less than 40 bucks above the previous high. Well, let me see what's going on over here. I really need to look at more of the altcoins, like Chainlink and other ones. I don't know. I did this list and got stuck on these for 25 bandits, which instead of doing $20 was doing $25. So I should change this to $20 bandits. But I like 25 bandits. So injective did pretty decent. I don't have any of my levels on over here. I'm just gonna look at the chart over here though. Yeah, 1 hour is what I want to see. So we still have Bitcoin in this pain over here, and we're watching it. And again, see that white flipping through here? Barely peekabooing, but it's there. And again, we're just watching to see if we come down here and sweep this liquidity here. And I do mean a sweep. And then bounce from there. This really isn't a high that I want to play around with in terms of a long position. Now, if we come in deep enough, yeah, I'd look for another long setup in here. I don't know that I really want to do that from here. And if we're sweeping, we need to compensate for the sweep, which means that we're thinking that this liquidity happens over here. Let's bring this in. That's way too much. I'm gonna set this to 20. It's a good risk to reward nonetheless. I like to compensate. Wrong thing. Been doing that a lot. You know, my typical compensation is 10. That seems fair. May not be logical here in this area. In fact, I'm just going to push it over here and make a note on it so no one's confused about it. If it started to look right, then I might, but at least right now it's not. All right, get back over here. INJ. Had a nice looking RSI down through here. RSI and trendline break possibly would have made me want to take this, but otherwise I don't know, wouldn't play with injective too much. Now this is the one right here. For real, for real. XRP, killing it. I really need to be on this side of my chart because I have all of my settings, my levels there, and I'm not redoing levels. So this is, don't expect much from this. So cloud cover. It wouldn't change market structure or anything if XRP is to get a little bit of a correction down. So maybe a nice little, maybe it holds here too. So just a few pennies. Break, look here, and if that doesn't work, then see if this trend line will hold XRP. And then look for continuation. This still looks really nice down here for just a simple correction. And then continuation in its given direction, which is up right now in this time frame. That's what I would think over here, because it's still plenty of dark green. RSI would make me a little finicky if it starts to roll over and fall below 50%. And with this rise over here, or no stability here, there's a possibility for an engulfing of price action, the same way this cloud cover is here on the RSI. This is a good looking chart. I don't see anything negative to say about this one besides the squeeze over here. which clearly identifies a break of this uptrend. I'm go with this here. Really hate doing that because I hate false moves, but anyway, even with the false move, it is confirming that some sort of a correction is incoming right now for SUI. That would be overkill. I don't think that would be the case here for SUI. Let's see. I remember one of our targets was 230. So we had 303.9. That was one target for SUI, and then the next one is 330. I remember that because my birthday is 330. So we haven't hit that second target just yet. Another 10 cents higher, 9 to 10 higher from here. So maybe go with this right here instead. It's a little low right here. Nah, that's not much of a difference. I don't know. Let's see. I'm afraid this will move. How's everything pointing back down here? I suppose we do have to keep that in mind. Let's see here. Okay. So I will validate this trend line here based on where this moving average is sitting. I tend to validate moving trend lines based on where moving averages are sitting. So that would be a validation for me. So we'll say down here then, this is likely going to move, no doubt about it. But we did get like a small correction through here. So let's go with this. So not much there. We'll look at that as a possibility for SUI on a correction. It's so deep in the green. This is such a nice looking chart. Such a nice looking chart on this 1 hour. Yeah, this looks really good. I'm not sure what this would give. It looks so good. This looks so good. I wouldn't expect much from it. So a really shallow retracement for SUI is what I would say. Based on these conditions, the conditions of the RSI looks really, really nice. Look at that MACD. Wow. Wowsy. It's so far away from the zero line that, yeah, that's where you start to ignore certain things. That's gorgeous. That is a gorgeous chart. Chewy. Yeah. Now Solana can give up the ghost. For sure. So negative MACD cross, but well above the zero line. Seeing the squeeze over here, just as we're seeing over here on the Bitcoin chart. RSI, bearish divergence, so not as pretty as that SUI chart. We use the momentum lines a lot here on this channel. So back to 153. That looks a lot more interesting. Need to capture some more body. So we would see how price will react around this momentum line here. And then if it fails that momentum line here, I think the first one can be given up. The second one, maybe not so much. The second one has a stronger chance. And if that one fails, then I will be looking down here at this one for Solana. So about 153 makes sense. I think that is like one of our areas from the weekly. Really good support would be in there in the event that this correction was to happen. Let's just draw a field and see if there's any other confluence in here. You don't get that one. Let's just assume that, so 50%. So I would take break off the 382. Wouldn't be interested in that. 50%. It hits right here with that momentum line. This could make a lot of sense for Solana. And I also think that this is one of the ranges as well, or one of the weekly average levels here at 153. So we'll see how Solana is doing in there. Trying to see if I want to do that. And then of course, you're looking for it to come back up and continue above that range. Right. I guess I can go with a 0.50 over here. I'm not going to get it exact. I'll just go back with that. So we'll see if that's the thing. AVAX. We looked at this. Or did we? I don't know if I used this. I'm not sure about that, so I'm just going to delete it. I don't trust this flaggy. Whatever this is supposed to be at the high, I wouldn't trust that, but it does have a clean line, demand line here. Got a fair value gap in here. Some nice clean V-shaped recovery. I'm really meditating on this one. Yeah. So let's just say you go with the fair value gap as a reversal point. That would be here with the top side of this dynamic cloud here. AVAX. So 1884 on the 1 hour time frame. Potentially something like that would be a good spot for it. You don't want to see it going I really wouldn't want to see price coming back inside of here, and I can tap into the ascending trend line over here along with this, but you really don't want to get into the danger zone. So if it loses this blue box, then yeah, that's going to put price underneath the dynamic cloud. And depending on what Bitcoin is about to do, doesn't have to stay down there if that happens, but depending on what Bitcoin is about to do, I wouldn't want to see it. I wouldn't want to see it below here. It's pretty wide. So you can start to get interested if you get a reaction around this level here on a correction on AVAX. 1 hour is looking like it wants to correct on many of these altcoins. And just depending on other things like that RSI. This was, yeah. Money flow coming out a little bit there. It was pretty high in the clouds. Bearish MACD cross well above the 0 line. So there's a delta crossing here somewhere, which is leading a little bit of let's see. I got a little bit of bullish divergence the first time, so may not happen again. Cloud cover squeeze. I'll be looking for, yeah, if it comes down and it reacts well, comes down to this level, into this fair value gap, reacts well within here, then that could be a good entry on AVAX. Otherwise it breaks and corrects further. And I'm sure that's going to have a lot to do with what Bitcoin does as well. 74. Should have held on to that a lot longer. Was that our entry? No, this was Tuesday. Yeah, Wednesday. I think Wednesday was the... No. Yeah, Wednesday was when we... Tuesday. No, this was the setup from the other day on the stream, because we had the squeeze, and I took the long entry, and then I closed out at 70. So it has since gone on without me. I like Theta a lot. So Theta's not giving much on this squeeze. You know, so much green, but give it a minute. Give it a minute as that green is starting to fade a little bit over in here. And then I'm gonna look back at Theta for another entry. I really liked I think it was the daily time frame I was looking at on Theta. I really like this chart. I like the daily, which is why I should have held it longer than what I did. And so I'm looking for this to get above this dynamic cloud here for Theta. And when that happens, first thought would be right back in here. So I'd be looking for this liquidity here to get taken. So be looking for this high over here to be taken on Theta. I really should have just held that long. Yeah, I'll look for a pullback on Theta. If we get it. And look to a new entry. I just have to come back to this one. Hasn't really violated anything over here on the RSI. Not too bad. Here, can do this right here, but it's easier said than done when it's above the blue line versus when you have the cloud cover. I'm just going to check back in on theta. Now, if Bitcoin reclaims back above this trend line that it broke from, then I would expect for it to. I would expect for it to go higher. I really don't like this in here. I don't like any of this in here. And I may just have to drop the line altogether and just focus on the range to avoid getting chopped up by the trend lines because they keep changing. If it reclaims, then that would be a pretty strong indication for me. But if it rejects, then we continue to look for this liquidity to get taken. Be bearish then. Bullish reclaim, bearish rejection. I don't want to get into TIA. ICP. Can't say that it has bear divs up here. It doesn't. Very overbought on this 1 hour time frame. 4 hour. Ooh, that's pretty. And that is lovely. I mean, with Bitcoin dominance down, wow. Altcoins, this CME. Yeah, this is our dominance. With the dominance staying down, it's pretty nice for the altcoins. But some of them will still be tied to what Bitcoin price action does. So I'm not really sure how relevant dominance is sometimes. Because we know the market is about Bitcoin. We know that altogether. And that's beautiful. I like how this held the support along the lows here. Okay, so hitting a little bit of resistance across here, these highs. So this could very well just still be consolidation. Just gonna give it some extra. No, I'm not gonna give it the extra. Let's see. Jeez. Now it's starting to put in the bear divs at this resistance, so be looking for the correction on ICP. 18 minutes for it to confirm that this is actually going to be a bear div by getting the closure above this high, and then that bearish divergence will be confirmed. In resistance, bearish cloud cover, squeeze, correction. This would have to be redrawn. I don't think it's bullish enough for a 50. So once we find our endpoint for ICP for the correction, then I would be looking for a premium retracement. Sorry, discount retracement. And even though a 50 can fall into the category of that, I don't think that ICP is at that stage. But beautiful RSI thus far, despite the cloud cover and the bear div that's taking place, very overbought, high in the clouds up here for sure. So with the expansion being this high, look at that. With it being this high, yeah, I would expect a bit more of a correction on this one. Take a look at Ethereum. All right, so this is a 50% retracement, and then the golden pocket up top there. This is the max that I could see for Ethereum. We're still in the range, to be honest. I mean, I know everybody's bullish on Ethereum right now, but as a whole, it's just outside of this range at this point. This isn't a valid range anymore. Of course, prices closed outside of it and came back in. So this speaks to what I was talking about yesterday with the 4 hour for Bitcoin. You never want to see it close outside and then come back in. It's bearish if you ever see that happening. You have a range, you break it, you clearly break the range from that time frame that you're able to identify that mother candle on. Wherever you identify that mother candle at, that is going to be the time frame you want to look at for the closure. And it got that closure, it came back in, it's bearish, and got that break. I don't see anything in here that stands out to me right now. Yeah, this just doesn't look like it's gonna go well, but I mean, nonetheless, it's a nice move. It is really a nice push up here for Ethereum. Can also look at the potential of it coming back down into this rising wedge structure. That's possible. It just did things backwards from Bitcoin, where Bitcoin got the break low. Ethereum, let me bring these back some. Ethereum got the break to the upside, so it can fall back in, whereas Bitcoin rolls back into it. So you can look for that. Unless it just decides it wants to keep going and blast up to the golden pocket. This would be your invalidation of the pump. coming back inside of this wedgie structure here and potentially breaking to the downside of not holding that momentum candle in the event that you don't see it manage to do any of this up here. And let me just go to another time frame to see if there's something that I need to see in here. It's nothing. That was the beautiful squeeze. Beautiful squeeze here on the weekly. I don't like how it did that though with the RSI. I'm not feeling the RSI as much, but this can change. This can change. It's going straight into bear div. And this was the moment you knew that this was going to fail. These dojis. You get a pump, you get a bunch of dojis, you get a drop. You want to see those dojis at the lows, not at a high. But no dojis here so far, so that's good. And we're all aware of this resistance area right here for Ethereum as it tries to trickle its way up. And I mean, weekly looks good. This looks good on the weekly. Right now it does because you got a little speck of green down here and you can see the buyers stepping in, or the buyers starting to fade a little bit right in here. The buyers were fading in here, and now they're coming back, but still in the rangy territory, so nothing to really brag about just yet. Maybe once this white line pushes into the red, it'll be a little bit more exciting for me. Right now, I don't feel it, but nonetheless, this is nice. So again, be looking forward to come up here into the golden pocket, and validation of price probably doing that in the immediate would be falling back inside of this rising wedge structure, not managing to hold support, and then rolling back down for Ethereum. I'm not going to talk too much about H-bar because I'd be biased if I did. It's already in that. Well, let me look back at this. Already in it, so. Undo has had to struggling. This must be the 0.886. It's not an orange, so, but it is 0.886. So this fib is backwards. This was for the drop. And so it's just retracing the fib backwards here. turn this around. Hmm. $382, huh? Okay. Either way it goes, if it gets up here to 382, gets a closure here on the weekly time frame, then that would be a change of character. Looking for a pullback and then a continuation back up here into these dollar zones here for Ondo. At least it did not violate this low. That's a good thing. Somewhere in the middle, right? It is somewhere in the middle. Tap, tap, tap. Stall out. Momentum line. And then we said 382. So yes, goodbye. RSI looks good on the daily time frame for Ondo. that, birdie. And a bit extended here. MACD starting to cross down here on Undo. Not a good read for money flow. The MACD is starting to cross down on the 1 hour time frame. So I tell you what, instead of me doing this like this, let me do this a different way. I need to do this first though. So I have to make sure I draw the line clean enough. Let's see what gives the best touches here. And of course, I shouldn't be biased, so if it breaks to the upside, then we'll check back in on that. As Bitcoin bing bongs around this lower, again, if it reclaims it, then that's a bit bullish. Rejection, then again, looking for the liquidity from the low to be taken on Bitcoin. And this is not a setup, just watching to see what, this would this would do for studies. It's for studies. OP extended almost at the weekly level here, 60 cents. All right, this must be an old line. Let me look here at the weekly. Oh, okay. So this was a squeeze from the selling pressure. That's still in play. But yeah, not really looking the best. Still not looking the best. Sellers are still in control over here on this weekly time frame. Of course, we can see that undoubtedly. Let me just see what this was. How did this go? This is why I always follow up on my lines, because I can be so off point. Okay. RSI is looking a little bit better over here, but it doesn't mean that any little small move back down here on the RSI won't send prices back down lower, as we are hitting the resistance here at the weekly level on optimism, which is one of the trades that we're in, or I'm in, and you're in if you followed along. But it's very, 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 very low leverage and low amount of capital. Is a $20 trade on 3x leverage. It's very beginner friendly. This Bitcoin is attempting to reclaim this range. I had to pause and look at it for a sec. RSI did come back up, flip back up. It's the fast signal here of the 50, 60, whatever this is, 50, 60, something like that. But above that blue signal line, still consolidating, of course, as we're still in a big consolidation range here. Going sideways in here. Sideways confirmation will be invalidated when I do see a cross up above the blue one, crossing above the yellow, or price breaking this range. So still deep in the bearish control zone on the weekly time frame for optimism. I don't really know what's going on with OP, but yeah, it could be a sleeper. So I'm in this. It did break down on me as I was in it, and I think it was from this line here. But it didn't take out my stop, so yeah, because this is where we were. in it and still holding it. It didn't take out my stop because I didn't let it go. It's $20, which my stop may not exist. But no, let's see what price point on OP was it. No, it was 57 cents. There's a 57 cents entry. I don't know why that's there then. For a month to have been from, where was this entry at? It was 57 cents. It must have been from this momentum line or somewhere in here. It was somewhere in here. In fact, let me just go ahead and put in what the entry was. Do I have a stop loss on this? I do, but again, it's only, it's only $20 on this. 7.56. That was the entry. And let me take a look at where that stop is. And so for this one, if it gets stopped out, then the loss would be like $12 plus the fees that they're going to charge you. So it's 45.76. So that means we got in off of this candle right here. So it must have been the reclaim of the momentum line that was why I took the entry. And then, yeah, it rolled back down. But luckily, you can see it was holding along this low here. So there, and that can't be the target. So let me see where the TP is for this one. It's about to go back into a negative in profit. Let's see. I don't know why this isn't showing. It's not showing the TP that I put in place for this. That's weird. Let me see on my open orders. For some reason, I didn't put in a TP for this one, which is weird. I have to go back and check some other notes that I have for this. For now, I'm just going to leave it like that. It could just come back up here to the top side of this trend line. But I'm going to leave it like this for now until I can go in and look at the notes for it and then put the stop in. I meant to take profit in for this one. Let's see. And this is based on the daily time frame. I do believe so. This setup was based on the daily time frame. I'll flip to the weekly just to see how it's going over here. I'm at the 1 hour. Let's See how it's going over here. So in other words, this looks like it might be tapping this right now. It's not. Okay. I really don't need to add anything on this one. Either we break above this resistance or we don't. So we break this resistance again. I'll be looking for price to tap into the top side of this trend line right here, this falling channel. And hopefully it does get the break out of the falling channel. And I don't want to add another line on this chart. So this is safe until we break structure. I'll be looking at the next weekly level. And then if we do that, we're breaking the structure here. Then we can look to at least get up to 130. This would probably be 125 to 130. That would probably be the max, I would say, for it, unless we're going in some sort of bull market here for the altcoins, and then we can talk some higher numbers. Potentially an ending diagonal, to be honest. Sort of looks like an ending diagonal, like we played out 5 waves. Five waves to the downside with an extended 5th wave. It's really what this looks like. I'm gonna delete that. I don't want to look at that. Yeah, really looks like it was some sort of an ending diagonal. So the potential of retesting the purple line is what I would say, which is at 51.95, or we're just going to break this resistance here. So not to be scared if we see some sort of rejection taking place here for OP, because it is quite a bit of resistance still in the bearish control zone on the weekly time frame as well. So just getting out of that whole area, that would be, yeah, it's worth it right here. Just a small amount of money. Don't go overboard. Bearish divergence on the high. Deep in the green. Small correction is what we'd be looking for if it starts to fill up with some gray down here, and got something else happening for it. 4 hour, no rise from the low, but don't like that. RSI looks decent right now. So this is basically yesterday. Yeah, it's yesterday. Just everything going along with Bitcoin. So a retest of 55, retest of 55, and potentially 51 is what we have to go with. Guess in case the whole pump was a false flag again. Can't tell if this was on the retracement or not. All right, so 1 hour. All the altcoins are looking the same. 1 hour negative MACD cross, still well above the zero line. You can draw trend lines all across here and look for price to hold that, or you can just use the EMA. I like the 60 a lot. This is the 60 here. This white one is just a 1000. So on a retracement, somewhere back into this zone right here, that could be it. Price got a rejection here, holding this as potential support. Some nice bird feathers over here. Actually, let me go through to a different time frame and see. And let me adjust the color for the one I need. Okay, so above the 200 EMA here on the 4 hour time frame. That's nice. If you wait on this though, you'd be a little late to the party. Very late to the party. But I like to use them for support and resistance. So didn't act as resistance there. 400 probably could. This is the 4 right here. So I wouldn't really be looking for too much more for the correction, and then continuation up if altcoins are prepared to turn around. This is a nice spread over here on the 4 hour time frame. So it looks really nice. So any sort of a correction looks like it would be just a temporary pullback and then continuation. Nice little pivot point here. Nice little momentum candle here. So maybe some of these come back and retest the breakout from yesterday. So come back to the scene of the crime. It's basically what I would be looking for if Bitcoin is going to pull back and quit dancing. But overall, 4-hour looks good. Daily shaping up relatively nice. MACD crossed the zero line on costs. Ooh, baby. Cross that zero line. Let me just drop these and just look back at it. Make sure I can't put this over here. I can't. You can front run, but front running is never a good idea. It's a bearish cross above the zero line. Hold on, let me delete that because it won't show up on the MACD if I put it up there. There's a bullish cross up at the zero line. It's a bearish cross of the zero line. And here's the thing about when the MACD gives a signal, there's usually some sort of a corrective move that takes place. 9 out of 10, or let's just go 8 out of 10, some sort of a corrective move will take place first before it does whatever that direction is. And this was a bullish cross above the zero line. So this one didn't give as much left, didn't have much juice left in it, and it stayed really close to the zero line. So that's something you always have to watch too. And this is a bearish cross down. So yeah, bullish crosses up, bearish crosses. This is nice. This is nice. Yeah, it has to continue to push away from the zero line. Otherwise, it's nothing. Let me make sure I didn't leave some extra lines in here. I'm not sure how old this is. See what that money flow was looking like down here. So yellow. So still ranging right now. Still in the range. Okay, so this is recent. This was recently drawn. Platinum pocket. Yeah. So get above this this golden pocket zone here. Probably get above the golden pocket back test. Once it really gets going, get above the golden pocket, probably come back and back test the golden pocket, and then what we're looking for cost to come up here to about $13. I mean 13 cents to about 16. Take out this high. Some sort of sloppy looking inverse head and shoulder could be here. You can see it right here too on the RSI if that happens. So not bad. Not bad at all. Putting in some bear divs up here, but I mean, what more could you expect after such an aggressive move down into oversold conditions? And then just trying to challenge how fast we got to move down, but how slow we're getting to move up. You're going to get bear divs. At least it resolved it in here. So yeah, out of this golden pocket, back here into the dynamic cloud, and then we'll be looking here somewhere around 99.099. For next area of resistance, around 10 cents. It's a good looking chart. Okay, so this is a point where we were looking at a momentum break on virtuals, and it actually got that momentum break and failed. Came back to here. Let's see. Got another momentum break. Been holding it so far. Never quite tapped this golden pocket unless I drew something wrong. I usually have the magnet on when I draw out. I don't know why this is here. And then I delete it. Got a back test. These virtuals is in the cloud. I'm just looking for it to break out and get back to doing virtual kind of stuff. That was a nasty sell-off. And this is why I was hesitant yesterday when I saw Bitcoin break down, because sometimes this will just keep rolling over. So reclaim, back test, potential continuation. The actual trend line is across here, which it does look like virtual is just kind of slowing down a bit. It's nowhere near it. I'm going to put this on here. Bitcoin still facing a little bit of rejection right here, but at least it's holding. It's holding. So we're putting in these bear deals right here, which is like a continuation of the squeeze down. It may be trying to invalidate at least one point of the bearish divergence. Once you invalidate one point of it, you're good. But there has to be a point where you actually invalidate at least one. So everything did the same. Or you can see the RSI holding. I call it the gold digger. Sometimes a jack and the beanstalk is what I refer to it as when I see it over here on top of the candlesticks. A jack and the beanstalk, which means something is about to grow. So it's at this one now. So the point at which it'll probably tap into that yellow, and if it breaks it and goes higher, it looks like it'll be $1.76. On virtual. Just want that one, that bear div at that top there prior to this drop here. Yeah, just need to invalidate one of those bear divs. And then a clean break above 176.86 with some volume. Otherwise, I look for it to come back down and actually do a valid tap into this golden pocket or something, since it front ran it by a little bit. Other than that, it doesn't look bad. I mean, everybody wants virtual. I'm just not going to bother checking money flow anymore and then watch me check money flow again just because. Let's see where we at on the fib retracement just from the high. So that's a shallow retracement if it rejects here at the 382. So that would be the 382. So we must be. So Sorry about that. 236 above that. Okay. So 382 is right there, off by a penny. Penny henny. And this is the daily, so you have to give it some time unless Bitcoin is just ready to ramp. I don't remember why I put these red boxes here. I guess there are areas where price could retrace and reject or something. There's a nice long squeeze breakdown there. Long up. And then no squeeze there, which is something that I was saying earlier. Sometimes you just cross below the signal line, as it is over here. It does have a little bit of a squeeze right here. So I'll be looking for it to turn up, and if it turns up now, then bulls are still very in control. It doesn't look like it coming down through here that bulls are still in control, but bulls are still in control. So it turns back up and come back up. And apparently I put a line here. So on the weekly over time, once the daily gets the breakup, can confirm the breakup, and then yeah, you'd be looking back up here at 332. Get past the 382. And then in here on virtual, what your 1 hour look like. I mean, just basically looks like everything else. Trying to get a little bit of a correction before continuation. And there's our line there. Can't use this candle anymore. That's done. But it's still a good place. Okay. It's still usable. Of an area in here. That would be a long fall from grace, right? What's happening in here? I did get a little bit of a reaction in here too. So I'm going to change this. I'm going to go with these candles I'm seeing in here. So we'll see how 156 does. 156 doesn't work out, then somewhere down here around 150. It looks like what it looks fair. I don't know how it reacts with fib retracements, to be honest. All right, so that's golden pocket. I could get that. And then this would be a shallow retracement. And then 786 down here at the momentum line. It would be crazy to me if everything retraces back to the point where it got that breakout yesterday. But let's go with the did I initially have this right here? I just have to see. Yeah, that is where I initially had it. But we'll give it a little bit of wiggle room for wicks or things like that. But yeah, look for the shallow retracement first. Shallow retracement doesn't hold, then it'll be somewhere down here at the golden pocket for virtual on the retracement. But to me, it looks like the shallow retracement would keep the RSI above the signal line right here. Anything below this point would put it back down here in the bearish control zone. And it's looks pretty nice down there. At the moment, it looks really nice down there. So shallow retracement. Aptos already back testing these momentum lines here. Maybe 450. Let me look at a 4. This one's a little bit higher. Okay. Not sure how much this one is leverage traded, but a nice retracement zone is generally somewhere where you have your first red candle. After you get a push up, I mean, this one had two, but we won't be looking down there. This one looks more valid, this doji candle. I'm pretty sure buyers stepped in here after seeing that doji, looking for the break above here. So some liquidity down here. I look for it to come back to about 448 on a correction. And since this has been holding down here, you know, if it was to pull back, maybe these equal lows down here get taken. If people are into trading it with leverage, that's what I would be thinking for Aptos. Otherwise, got some equal highs in here, but nothing like this. There's some pretty good liquidity down here. Not that the chart doesn't look good, because the chart looks decent. It looks really decent. It looks nice. I like the chart. Filled in that efficiency. I'm not going to zoom out on this one. I'll just keep it to the 4 hour. So that's golden pocket. Uh-oh. That is a golden pocket. It's already done a 382. It's already done a shallow retracement and got a bounce from that 382. So then, yeah, if it fails to 382, comes back down, fails to 382, I'll be looking for it to come in here. So take out this little point right here. Somewhere back down around the golden pocket at 448. That's what I would look for. And if it breaks it and you're interested in going long on it, I wait for it to recover. Or you don't have to, because I do that. I mean, if you watch me trade or set up my entries, I always give myself a deviation away from price, and then I go based off of that. Just kind of minimize the risk. But that's what I would look for on Aptos. Can't hold here. And that little liquidity there gets taken, and price comes back down here. Say, choppy as ever. I don't like this. I wouldn't touch this. I'm gonna move on. Did I cover Aerodrone already? There's really nothing about the daily I would trade. If it comes down a little bit more, retrace again. RSI comes back down. I really like when it looks like a wedge with the moving average. The signal line, I like when it looks like a wedge. It doesn't look wedgy right here. It looks boxy. So it's just not really something that I would do. This is what I like to look for. It just works different when you see it like that. Uh, it's a good looking chart daily. But maybe one more move down and this one's worth looking at. Yeah, maybe another dip. I wouldn't touch this. Hmm. Not a lot to really go off of. Double whammy. You know what? Screw it. Just actually set it on this line now. Come on. Yeah, I don't have the stomach for this one right now. Um, bring this in. It's too far out. What is this? 2, 5, 3, 6, 60. So that's the 60 EMA here. Yeah. Nope. I can get nothing from that. And then, yeah. I like the squeeze. I do like that. But if this pulls back, then I would be, yeah, if it pulls back more, which it looked like it has the ability to do so, maybe an interest in it. What is that? I would actually like for it to. No, I don't want it to do all that. I wouldn't be interested in it if it did that. But I'm not gonna call it a bear flag. But it definitely has room to come back down here and tap the lower side. See how it reacts there for potential pushback up here into this resistance, and then look for a break of it. Otherwise, I mean, this is the bearish rising channel here anyway. RSI looks nice though. I just don't like it. I don't like arrow right now. MACD looks nice, but still below the zero line. So want to see it crossing the zero line. Otherwise, it's just a relief bounce. It's relief until MACD is above the zero. It has to be above the zero. So rising channels generally break to the downside. And it is clearly a channel. I'll be looking for the breakdown. I guess I should see what Bitcoin is doing on the, let me put this back on the 1 hour. Sheesh. That would be a long drop, would it not? I mean, looking at it from this time frame, it would be. Yep. Okay. So since I've been talking, 1 hour did push in on that squeeze a little bit more. RSI has broken below just slightly. It can always flipsy back up here, just like it did over here where it flipped back up. Can always flip back up. But this is not a setup. Let me bring this over here a little bit. Oof. Momentum to the downside. A bitty. I might regret not taking any profits. We'll see. I should have kept that short. I should have kept it short. But all you cheerleaders for that $34 break of the high, I want to be where you. I want to feel what you're feeling. So you bullish? I mean, I'm bullish anyway. I'm always bullish on Bitcoin in the long term. I'm always looking for longs. Always. Rarely looking for the short until recently. I started looking for shorts a little bit more. And when I don't want to take something, it's when it usually does what I don't want to take. So I don't want to take a short right now. It's probably going to be, short. So right now, again, just looking for the liquidity from this low to be taken. That's it for now. And I do believe we looked at the outcome. No, we looked at the outcome for the is that a weekly range or a monthly range? Weekly range, I think. So this is the inside bar range. So I'm looking at this inside bar here and not the outside bar. Generally, this is what you'd be looking at. What I generally look at is the outside bar as the range. But these held up very well within this inside bar here. So this is like a mother bar to these. Big sister. So this big sister right here. I'm just watching big sister right now and not mom. Or you can call it auntie. You can call it whatever you want to call it. And we already covered what's been our range today. Let me see what news is over here. Government strategic 1 million investment in digital commodities. All right, so as I take a pause and my computer mind starts to run, and I'm looking at what I think Bitcoin could possibly do aside from that. Um, yeah. And I've already expressed what my fear is. My fear is the point of breakout, everything just retraces back to that. Or maybe Bitcoin decides it wants to take the liquidity from the low of the range, not this range, but the bigger range, which is all the way down at 74. And I walked through that and I showed how that was possible based on the BB percent Bollinger. That there's the possibility of that. And we'll, cover it again. But yeah, that would be my worst fear. Is that we take all of that back. Let's go ahead with this fair value gap and map this out. So 50% of that fair value gap is, I like to use this for the fair value gap. I don't have my magnet on. Turn my magnet on. All right, so this is a bullish fair value gap. This is the 50%. I like to not go below that, personally. That's what I like. More successful if it doesn't. Otherwise, it feels the entire efficiency. And feeling the entire efficiency would be back in here to the blue box here. I think. Let me see. So close enough. Still have a little bit of room down here to fill in the entire efficiency. And so this box is based on where I could see a lot of buyers step in yesterday. You can't tell it now looking at the heat map. Not really. But if I take us back over here to it, then that's this. That's looking at all of these, this right here. See this comb of liquidity sticking out right here. That's what that is. It looked a lot different yesterday. A lot different. A lot different over here. But that's fine. And this spike right here, you see how that lines up with our low for that range. So we want to see it sweep there and not run. So if it sweeps there and it just does the sweep, then there's a chance that it does come back up. Maybe, we invalidate the trend line that we've been looking at, what we've been seeing Bitcoin try to break back into, but we got the rejection, and then go back up for the liquidity at the highs. That's my thought. And push higher, so. We'll see. Let's get back over here. see. Now just imagine we put more on this H bar trade. Maybe you did if you were with me on this. That's 111% just on the 5x low leverage for the H bar. Got halfway to go. No, got a little bit more than half because I think we said like, no, yeah, halfway to go. So to get to 24, 17 now. And then our OP, which isn't doing much, and almost, I was like, this thing is not gonna work, and still feel a little bit of concern for it, but need to be looking at what our next 3 altcoins are going to be. Need to look at that. So that's only 7 because it was going against us. So it's only 7 right now. Should have really took that XRP and that SUI one. Should have really did those two. Data is still very much on the table. Still very much on the table as an option. Should have held that theta. Says we're slow grinding here. Let me look at the screener. Let me drag this out. Speaking of the stock market, speaking of the stock market, I'll probably stream over past the 10 today so I can get into the stock market. So maybe I'll spend an extra hour over. Because I have to really get into what's happening over here. I was studying Robinhood last night, just finding confluence with Robinhood price action and the fact that I know that the weekly time frame has started putting in It's starting to look like a long squeeze is gonna come in. And so, I mean, yeah, a long squeeze is gonna take place here on Robinhood. So the weekly is gonna be kind of late, given that we'd already looked at it and saw that it was pulling back and has been since last week or something like that. So I've been watching between the weekly and the 4-hour time frame. So we're at pre-market. $95.09 pre-market. But I'll get into the stock after market opens. I'm gonna look at BNB in a minute. I don't want to stray too much right now. Let me just stick with this right now. Pre-market Palantir is still killing it. Still killing it. I sold the trade. I still have my my position on the exchange that I'm holding till it goes to $1 million, which is a joke. Oh, increase in selling pressure. I'm sorry, I got distracted by Bitcoin. I'm gonna delete on this one and I'll go with the I'm gonna stick with the 15-minute. I'm not gonna drop down until I feel like there's a reason for me to look at a time frame lower than that. Actually, I can see what's happening over here, but yeah, I'm gonna stick with the 15. That was a nice pop on the 5-minute though. Unemployment claims at 8:30, I do believe. Yeah, to buy this candle, will be buying directly into the resistance. So we did get the unemployment claims today, 8:30. Forecast 236K and actual was 227. So that numbers came in pretty good. All right, so just gonna repeat myself. I am looking for the liquidity from this inside candle here to be taken, possibly into this midpoint of this fair value gap, potentially into the midpoint of this fair value gap. Otherwise, we just sweep the liquidity and then we push back inside of this range and then look for price to come back to the top side of the range. So that's what I'm looking for here right now. If we break the low of the range, like we run on liquidity and not sweep liquidity, then it's worse. We can look down here towards this blue box here. Please don't stop me out again. That's all I'm thinking. Yeah, we can look down here for maybe for a full retracement. So instead of this is just based on liquidity here. So you would be looking for this entire box right here to be filled. This is not some sort of support level for me, just a feel of liquidity. So in fact, let me change that from blue to yellow. And you have liquidity here as well on the low of this range, which is why I'm looking there. See if market makers want to take that. The white line at the bottom is just where we bounced last night. After this short position right here that we took, price got a bounce from there and came up. I initially got in the long position here. I realized I didn't like something on the chart, so I closed it out. I actually closed it out twice. First time was like for 30 cents and the other time for like a 60 cents loss or whatever, including my fees. So very low leverage. and then I re-entered here. And I said chill. Chill there. And then Bitcoin just ripped. I got short. I changed my mind on the short. Should have stayed in the short. Dang. But that's fine. It was just, we pierced the high. About $37 above the previous high. Let me check back in on the 4-hour and see how that's developing. So at first we were just here. We had not managed to expand the blue line just yet. So we've expanded the blue line over here for the confirm continuation down, and now we've finally broken down from here, from the signal line over here. So we did both of them probably simultaneously. So we got 3 now on the correction. And right now this still just reads correction. This reads, for the 15-minute is, it's a little bit steeper for the 15-minute because we switched to gray. Here it just still reads the correction. Fully green there, fully green here, just reads the correction also. But we'll see how this rise goes over here with the QTD. We invalidated any of the bearish divergence that we were seeing yesterday. All of that was invalidated. Hard invalidation. And this right here, wedgie structure over here, we identified, okay, squeezing and looking for it to break down. So far, that has held. So nobody's trying to buy this wedge. So that was just in time for the stream. So that's the 4-hour. Giving the play on the cool off. The low isn't rising, so that's positive. And like I said, we're still very green here too. So, let's see on the daily. Got some smoke over here, but no fire. And again, the larger range with the high being here. And we tapped above that for $37.90 higher high. And then the low being down here at 93. And then I covered if we were to break down what that measured move would look like. Into the low, it was like 74, into the high, $130,000. Because at some point, we'd be looking for an explosive move. And we have 2. We have 2 ranges now. It looks like we could get like another acceleration, a momentum bar. They start doing it too much. We know we're probably getting close to an end of this. See what we look like on our Bollinger Band. Okay. Haven't expanded a lot, so that's good. Have not expanded too much here. I could put this, just looking at it, go with this low on the Bollinger Band here. And that's basically in line with what we're looking at anyway, right? Just attempting to flatten that out. Looks like this is the top here. Did I get that right? You continue to get it right. One of my favorite comments. And look at how many times we respected that top side of that Bollinger Band. Here and then here. I am so glad that they did this snap to indicators because I was getting tired of having to do this and look at the number and type the number in. This just makes it so much simpler. So much simpler. I mean, we already know that we're in this range. In this range. Yeah. So yeah, that makes me really happy that they did that snap too. That's nice. Change the color so I can see the numbers a little easier. I shouldn't do that. Everything is in green and red already. That's 110.73. Bollinger Band is a good strategy. You learn how to use it right. I don't think that there's anybody out there really that teaches the proper way to use a Bollinger Band. Don't think so. I think most people are looking at the bases and saying if you come above the bases, then you bullish, you below the bases, then you bearish. I mean, it has relevancy. It has relevancy, but it's for me that's just not it's not how you use the Bollinger. But you don't use it alone. And this is just another way of viewing your Bollinger Band. So I do the BB% here, and then I also have a dynamic cloud for the BB% as well. So I have a whole tab over here that is the Bollinger Band dynamic strategy. So we know we're preparing for some sort of a cool off on our selling pressure as we're stalling out and getting pretty close to this level here. We'll be looking for some sort of a cool off. So, I mean, I'm saying that this is not a setup because otherwise I'll move it to the side and wait for the actual reaction. You don't want to just take something to take something, even though sometimes we be on point. Sometimes when I say we, I include whoever subscribes and follows this channel. It's we. If you see something different, do speak up. I am good. I am good with listening to other people. I'm always trying to not have a bias, which is another reason why I use so many indicators and I set them differently so I don't have a bias. And if things line up, they just line up. And I do it without getting analysis paralysis because that can be very hard. To have so much stuff going on and then you start to get like, I don't know. I can't say for myself personally, I would like for the RSI to look different than what it looks like now. This right here gives me, icky vibes. It doesn't look the way I like for it to look. And I keep saying that. I mean, it didn't look the way I like for it to look over here either. But this gave me a different picture. It helped confirm some things that I may have disliked about the RSI. and it worked. What did we look at over here? We're just below the 60. I added a 2 in here because EMAs can be slow. So I just added a 2. And it's supposed to be for my higher time frames, like my weekly and monthly time frame. Oh no, not 60. I meant to change to 200. The 15-minute looks, I mean, it is what it is on the 15. Let me see what that was at. $60. 60 for the 4-hour. No, 26 for the 4-hour. And 10 for the 4-hour. I'm gonna leave that as it. Let me look back at the 4-hour and see if that is worth watching. And it is. So right now we're dangling on to the 5 EMA. And then there we have the 10. So 10 there and 26 here. To a large volume area where we got the breakout where we kind of struggled at before. So this would make sense. There's a lot of confluence there. Again, with sweeping the liquidity from the low of this inside bar here, this red one, into a fair value gap potentially. Don't you run away. Unless it's gonna hold this 5, right? Maybe it wants to hold the 5. I'm pretty sure everyone in here is already long. I don't think this is necessary right now. Look back at it at some point if it is. Those market makers don't want to sweep. They didn't want to sweep liquidity yesterday either. They may not want to sweep because nice attempt to hold down here on the RSI. And here's a little bit more of a push trying to come in on Bitcoin right now. So I'm still not a fan. Not a fan of it. Just not loving the way they refuse to want to take the liquidity. Yeah, I really don't like the way they're front running the liquidity. They keep doing that. They really do want to drive the prices up here. So, um, yeah, we'll see. And also, it's just right here for this zone is a lot less resistance to push into for starters. Like, imagine trying to break through. Imagine trying to break through a wall. So you're running towards the wall, but you're this close to it. A piece of sheetrock. You're this close to it, and you try to do it from that point, you don't have the speed to give you the extra pressure to break it. And that's how I feel about it from here. Like, to immediately be sitting right here next to the wall trying to push through. If it pulls away, so if you go from a distance, if you go back, just go back a little bit further and then start running, you have more speed and more impact than being this close to it. It lessens the impact of your ability to break through the wall. You can still do it. I'm just saying. All right, Bitcoin. They did, or you saying you hope that they're gonna? Okay. Hmm. That's wonderful. So just waiting right now. Bitcoin is, trying to push back up above this momentum line and this resistance that is sitting right here. RSI is trying to curve to the upside, and we're showing that some selling pressure could be cooling off over here on this side, on the 15-minute. I would like to see this liquidity that I clearly know is sitting here at the bottom of this range here. There's liquidity sitting here. I like to see this liquidity get taken. So just sweep of the liquidity, and then Bitcoin possibly gets a push back up and can have more room to break these lows here and come up. May have some challenges. We're in a very strong resistance zone here. Just waiting on Bitcoin to see if some conditions to be met to the downside. Now there is, I mean, we're in a zone here where we have lots of resistance in here. We could just continue to range in here for a while. Just a slow bleed out is what this could be. Liquidity at this low, and quite a bit of liquidity in here as well. So I would be patient. Can it go? It can go, but I would be patient. If you're not already in a long, I'm in a long already, so it doesn't bother me to sit through this because it would just go in my intended direction if it does. Otherwise, I'm waiting for this liquidity to be swept. Let me look at the 5 minute here. I really don't want to look at the lower time frames. There's a nice RSI reclaim over here, and on the 15 minute, you can see the RSI was holding the lows. See what the EMAs look like for. So I want to see where we are in relation to the 200. Okay, so trying to hold the 200 here. It would be a struggle if price did lose this 200 here. And then you need the reclaim, of course. So now I know that this is the 200 that we're holding here and the 5 that we're holding on the 4 at the low. And we're tapping into the 26. Little trend line across here. Which, I mean, you can break a trend line, and at the end of the day, you're still in this range. So this would be the measured move if this is validated. Only if it's validated. Otherwise, yeah. And that would be here into this liquidity zone here. So first liquidity, second liquidity section. So that's this liquidity here. Again, the low liquidity here. And then that blue box is all of this liquidity through here. In the current state, it looks like we were run on liquidity instead of sweeping it at this level right here. That's what it looks like to me right now. Looking at the RSI, it looks more like a run and not a sweep, but we won't know that until it gets down here and gives the reaction and how strong that reaction is going to be. So there's more than one measured move in here. There's the measured move from the wedge, and then there's the measured move from the range, which are going to be different. And so the range comes in a little bit lower, which is basically giving up this run up from yesterday. But we're assessing the situation to see how things go. Now that could have led into some bullish divergence. So we'll be looking for that too. If we get the sweep of this liquidity, or if we get a closure down here, we'll be looking for the bull div. Can't validate it right now. I mean, it just has to get a close below this low here in order to validate the bullish divergence. So we get a higher low on the indicator and then a lower low on price action. That's all that's needed there. So we know below this low right here, prices beneath the 200 EMA for the 5 minute. We just looked at that. This green one right here, this is going to be the 10 EMA for the 4 hour. And then this one is the 26 for the 4 hour. I'm really starting to lean for this liquidity. Just looking at this, but could be wrong. So that alert is just stating that there is a bearish cross on the 4 hour with the EMAs, and it's probably just the 2 crossing the 5, but that's it. That's that sweep. But this still doesn't look nice, but just focusing on the price action. That was the sweep of that liquidity. Fair value gap tap over here also. I still wanted to see it's a little exaggerated bullish divergence. If anything, exaggerated. So that was a mean rejection, 50% here, mean rejection there. And then if I were to, which I don't really use, some mean rejection there. And this is just looking at the Bollinger in a different way. So mean rejection. The Bollinger could be at its low. It could be, unless it starts to expand and then we just walk sideways on the indicator. I was thinking a better close was going to happen there to, for the divergence, but it's still just exaggerated at this point. So, I mean, yeah, it's a little exaggerated, not strong. Then you can see over here how we took that liquidity there, but mm, not much is happening. So now we're looking back down here at the blue box. Unless, yeah, I mean, all we can do is wait and expand it a little bit. I just have to see. So right now, price is starting to coil again in this little section that I put this blue box around. So we're just starting to coil right here. So we could get another sweep of liquidity down here at the low, which is, right now, I would like that better. I like to see some better divergence down here. If we're not going to do this measured move down here for this liquidity, then I would like to get a second sweep of liquidity down here. But we can always break the upside too. Maybe we break the upside, come back into this this trend line for another rejection here and double bottom or something. All right, so 10 o'clock. And I did state that I was going to go over and take a look at the stock market because, so I'm staying over just a little bit for that, as Bitcoin does. Not much, but that could have been the Bollinger Band low. That could have been our Bollinger Band low. Come on. Could have been our Bollinger Band low, and you can see how the Bollinger Band flattened out here once again at the previous zone here. So this could be it, and push back up. We'll see. So there we go, breaking that after that sweep, and the Bollinger Band tapped out after the first rejection coming in here from the mean. We'll see if we can continue that. I really do want that bull div to be not exaggerated, but stronger. So while Bitcoin is getting that move, let me check in over here. Four. All right, so now I'm going to do my rundown on some of the stocks. Actually, let me start here with EXEX. All right, so I got something on over here. I want to turn it off. What's that hot time frame there? All right, so far, still building up that bullish divergence here on the 1 hour time frame. And because it's both bullish and bearish, so we're bullish along the lows here, we're bearish across the highs here. It's squeezing price down until EXE starts to invalidate some of the bearish divvies. So very small moves too, just to create that continued squeeze to the downside here. We're in the weekly range. I did buy another share here, and I'm just gonna do my thing as we move down through here, because there are some things that I do like about this chart, despite the fact that it is really rolling over. So I don't like that. You can see how bearish we are across here. So yeah, just continuing that bear trend here. Negative delta about to break below the zero line, which means negative MACD as well here on the 1 hour time frame. Squeezing here on the RSI, so could possibly see a pop-up coming in at some point, but we do need to first of all start seeing some bullish interest coming to this stock here. So I look at the 4 hour time frame for EXE. Yeah, it looks like this bullish divergence over here is at risk of being invalidated. There do have a positive cross here on the delta, and so on the delta, you're seeing some bullish divergence here on the delta. So be looking for a turnaround at some point in here. Have this next zone if we're not holding the 102, and I did see 97, 93. I think this is like the most recent pivot here. So somewhere in here on the average drop, I'll be looking here for 97, 93. Getting a bit of a squeeze here on the DTI, but again, not seeing any bullishness come in here so far. So I like to see this green to start to rise, and right now it's really deep in the red. So I'd just be looking for continuation at this point beneath the dynamic cloud. And yeah, it's flat at the moment. So if it starts rolling over here, hopefully price doesn't roll over at the same time it does, because that would put a lot of pressure on it. And this solid box here is actually where you have better volume and other confluences that price may stop out here. But I'm accumulating this one right now, just very slowly at the critical levels. I'll just add one here and there at the critical levels. So not a bag full on EXC. All right, Tempest keeps trying. Yeah, really need for Tempest to not lose that 58 there. Really need for it to not lose that 58. Let me stretch this out a little bit more. I mean, we've been whipping it quite a bit. And we even popped out a new momentum line here at this level here too. So someone understands how crucial it is for that's not going to do me any good there for Tempest. So same situation over here. You can see the bullishness underneath here. Just need to invalidate the bear divs as Tempest tries to get the push up. So every time it runs into the bearish divergence trying to go up, it's a continuation down. And losing this 58.31 is very, very critical, because if price is not able to hold here, and I'm sticking with the 58.31. So if price is not able to hold here, again, you could see another an additional 60% sell-off on Tempest. So be aware of that. 4 hour, we're looking at the dynamic cloud rise here on the 4 hour, which has turned flat now. So I like that a lot more. You can see the bullish divvies down here on the 4 hour as well. Better chance at bullish momentum here on Tempest. So it's a better chance that price can push up through here. I would be looking for, I'm gonna have to change some levels that I have in here. Initially it was, let me take this off, what that is there for. Initially it was 62.80, but I'd be looking for these lows in here at 64.44 and get past this, hold there, then 64.44. So just back up here into these lows, 64.65, something like that for Tempest. In the immediate, that would be the plan. So Palantir, I sold out of my Palantir position right over here. So it was this candle right here. I sold out of my trade setup for Palantir, which was from here up into here. At first, I was just looking for us to come back here, but I held through that and we got a little bit higher, started to put in some bearish divergence, but it looks like we may have invalidated any bear divs that were playing out over here on the 1 hour time frame. And you zoom out on Palantirs, I mean, you can't deny, first of all, without having to zoom out, how great of a stock this is. Great defense stock. And yeah, I mean, it just overall just looks good. It kept putting in these ranges along the way, just continuously putting in these ranges to get that extra push up. And I see Bitcoin is moving, coming up towards that trend line. Let's see how that goes. The only bearishness I would say is here. Well, no, you can't even say that this is a bear div here. Yeah, it did invalidate any. I mean, the indicator is higher than this point over here, but price action is still below it. I'm looking for the rejection. I mean, we are still in the rising formation over here. So I am looking for the rejection right now. I can't tell you that that's going to happen. And look, the RSI looks really nice. We had the bullish divergence down here on the drop, which was a reason for getting into Palantir, you know, along with the fact that it is a great performing stock. So you wouldn't expect less from it. Just hit the top side here of the dynamic cloud. The scale from the QTD is trying to treat this as resistance to roll back down. But it may just be a continuation. Either way it goes, if it's not, then I mean 135 could continue to be a place where it wants to hold. But we've done these two before. I will be looking at the 122.75 personally on Palantir. It may be something that takes a little bit more time, or just going to continue to blast higher. It is known for invalidating bearish formations, for sure. So let's see that daily. The weekly. It's not bad. So maybe a short little pushback down here. Maybe we break this trend line for a short little pushback down. Maybe we tap back into this trend line right here. So far it looks good. I mean, so far it looks good. I mean, if you're long, you can't be wrong. My baby got a little bump on the head, which is fine. Still love this chart. We could see the squeeze was happening here on the 1 hour time frame and potential for some sort of a correction over here. I'm holding this one right here for the long haul. Just wanted to, you know, we're just updating where we are today. So yeah, nice little squeeze break, back test rejection, and possibly come back down here into the weekly level here, which is 1045. Coin, anything changed over here? Still in the platinum pocket. Looks like it's gonna invalidate my idea of it getting a lower high and then put in some sort of a bullish pattern. I don't see that happening here anymore. So yeah, all green. Will not be adding to my coin bag. Can only do that if it goes lower. We'll get some bearish divergence over here on the 4 hour time frame. Doesn't guarantee that anything plays out. Squeeze still in progress over here on the 4 hour time frame. Yeah. So maybe it just doesn't work out the way I'm expecting for it to work out. We'll see. I did state with coin, one thing that I noticed on coin is it's the 2-day. So one thing I did notice on coin is that it does this double tap and that's something that I mentioned. It did a double tap over here, so a pullback and double tap, a pullback and double tap, and I say that it could do a pullback and then a double tap. So if it double taps, and I'd be looking for it to come back into this ascending broadening top formation here, just to the top side of this trend line. Now, if it doesn't reject there, then yeah, it's gone. It's gone. But right now, when I look at this, and let me take this out of the way. When I look at this, and let's just put that back on here, 2-day scale. No, not that. I want to go here. So when you look at this here, this is the point where we tap into the indicator trend momentum line here. This is the point here, and then it comes back up a second time before it rejects. So that was that. This is the point here where it taps into the indicator trend line, and then it comes back up, it rejects. So a double tap there. So again, that is something that I would, keep on the table here, that this was our rejection here. It comes back up. The indicator comes back up, taps this momentum line, unless it's going to blast through here. So be watching that, but price comes up, and then let's just say it potentially hits the top side of this trend line, and then it gets a rejection like it did these times here before. So on the indicator here, we are narrowing in, and then on price action, we're expanding. So something to watch on coin. Drop back down to the 1 hour. AMD back here at the weekly range here after getting the breakup from this trend line here. So I guess I won't be adding to my AMD bag, huh? And not up here. So I got what I got. Okay. So nice little move for AMD here. Possibility of, nope, that looks really nice there. That looks really nice here on the 4-hour time frame. Let's see here. Yeah, it looks like it just wants to continue up here. Nice little inverted head and shoulder. I think we mentioned that as well, that it looked that way. But, and then this was our line in the sand here too, stating that we didn't want to see it really lose the 134.67. And that was because, was it because of the 4-hour? Yeah, it was because of the 1 hour here. No, was it the 1 hour? Wasn't the daily? I can't remember what it was. But anyway, we knew that we wanted to hold that. Still looks absolutely amazing over here, despite the bearish divvy, which, I mean, there's so much stuff with bear divs on it in the stock market right now. It continues to pump. Put it like that. It continues to pump, so it doesn't really matter too much, in my opinion, until something. I'm going to take a look back at Bitcoin here in just a minute, because something that I mentioned, so it's basically a bump and run that happened over here. So the trend line that I mentioned, we could possibly break out of the box, come up to the trend line for a rejection. We'll see. It did tap into that ascending trend line. So we did get the tap here into the ascending trend line here for the rejection. We just have to see if it wants to follow through here. So that was the scenario that we were looking at. You can see the rejection here also here. So maybe a better bull div, like I was saying, down in this area. Let's just watch this for a second. I'm gonna get back over here into the stock market. I think we may have also had like a 100 rejection there as well or something. No, not necessarily there. Yeah. And definitely building up some bullish divergence down there for sure. Looked a lot clearer from that indicator than from the RSI, but I like for it to be a little less exaggerated and more in depth if it's something that's going to work. Let me check back in on our glass over here. A lot of activity in here. Just looking at those wicks, a lot of activity, which is where you want to see them. You want to see the wicks on the low of a retracement and not at the high of a retracement. So outside bar. Well, no, it's not. It's an engulfing because the bottom hasn't dropped below that point there. Let me lock this so it'll stop doing that. Maybe it'll stop doing it if I lock it. No, it doesn't. Ugh, that's annoying. So when I'm looking at price action, yeah. So it's not an outside bar unless it takes this low here. And I hate to see us break and come back into a range, which is what just happened there for that bottom. All right. If at first you don't succeed, try again. Try again, Bitcoin. All right, I'm gonna get through this because I know everyone has to go, and so do I. All right, so that's AMD, TTD continuing to show a lot of strength here. Consecutive days of making highs here. Yeah, so the chart looks pretty good. Whatever's happening on the pullbacks is just temporary. Beautiful. RSI is looking nice there on the 4-hour time frame. RSI is looking nice here on the daily time frame. Nice acceptance here. Beautiful acceptance here on the QTD for TTD. Banger. Again, looking for this one. First move by 88, second 104, and then beyond that, then I am looking back up here. But right now, 88. Looking to make 88. Cleared that weekly range that we kept knocking our head up against. cleared this range here, which is great. And now we're working our way into here. And again, the top side is 88, which is what I'm looking for TTD right now. Tesla. Tesla's going to make it. It is so going to make it. So it had the bull div here. Smaller push up. Let's see, 4 hour. I still don't like this rise here, but if we can outplay this rise here on the 4 hour time frame, then this will be fine. At least price is not trying to move in the other direction. The scale isn't trying to move. This white line is not trying to, continue in a downwards formation. It's pointing up, so the posturing on this one is decent. Have to like that. Yeah, selling pressure looks like it could be cooling off over here. RSI is looking pretty nice over here as well. Probably get a little bit of bear div here on the 4 hour time frame from this indicator, but other than that, I mean, I like the way Tesla looks. I love the daily time frame. So if I'm trading something, if I'm investing in it, then I'm doing it based on the daily time frame, which I absolutely love. Holding our range here very well. Between 281 and 306. So holding that range very well. Just tapping into the top side of this range here, and then just be looking for it to potentially get the breakout here and come back up here to the to this 344 to 361 for Tesla. But I do like this time frame. I don't like the cloud cover here, but the cloud cover didn't matter much. Well, it was different. It was different here, but I don't like this right here too much. I mean, because this can continue to step down and price can continue to hold on to it until it actually pops. But on Tesla, I have no major complaints about the chart. Still in the cloud here on the weekly time frame, just ranging in between these two levels. So 348 and 278, just ranging in between these levels right now. A squeeze here on the RSI, as RSI is sitting in between both the blue and the yellow here in the signal line. And it looks like momentum would break to the upside based on that. Just keep holding up, Tesla. Apple bounce off the top side of the dynamic cloud here. Momentum line popped out here. Apple continues up, and the call for Apple is 221 to 231. Again, 221 to 231 is what I've called for Apple. So we'll see how it performs if it manages to fulfill that measured target. Don't really need to look at too much more for Apple. This is nice over here. 4 hour looks really nice. Just a quick little sell-off here from the 4 hour. Yeah, just a quick little correction. That's all this was showing. Still very deep in the green, so quick correction. And now it's showing that it's moving back up. Get back above this blue line here on the RSI and continue to try to get back up here between 221 and 231. Now the measured move would take this a lot higher if it could do that. But this range is just building up. It's just a bunch of pressure, accumulation, if anything, possibly just accumulation, and then you get the break out of the range. This was the let me ensure. Let me auto zoom on this. So this is our channel here. Let me turn this off, make this easier to see. So this is the channel in here for Apple. And then I have a measured target for a breakup and a measured target for a breakdown here. So if it loses this the same way it went down here, came back in. So that's good. If it really starts to pump beyond that 221, 231, then yeah, you can see 221 is the lows in here. Then we can look back to this part of the channel, and if for some reason innovation changes, the world is bullish all over again on Apple, then it's back, then it comes up here. So when everybody thinks something is dead or something that doesn't have the same, doesn't deliver the same interest that it used to, could be a good buy. Could be a good buy. Hood. The thing with Hood that I was looking at, Hood has a lot of respect on the 4-hour and on the weekly time frame for the 26 EMA. So on the 4-hour time frame, it never touches it. It hasn't touched it since it started this pump up. It has not tapped it, period, anything. The 10, yes, the 10 and up, yeah. But if you look at it here, this on the weekly, so this is on the weekly, and this is the 26th right here. So since back here in May, which is how I put it, since back here in May, it reads April here on the weekly time frame, but May on the 4-hour. That was the last, maybe I go for this one. Yeah, that was the last touch of this 26 EMA. So it doesn't come back here into the 26 EMA. So this is a pretty safe bet. You look at it on the 4-hour time frame on a correction. And let me make sure that's the 26. No, that's a 10. Let me turn the 10 off. So on the 26, you can see it doesn't come back and touch the 26 at all. So 26 could be a safe haven to say you get a pullback in price action. Then I wouldn't expect for it to come below this 88.54 at this point. If it does, then you know you're probably doing something different. Okay, so this is it doing something different here with the 26 the last time. But if it just get a small pullback and keeps chucking and doesn't do anything with this 26, then it's fine. Now I did notice over here on the weekly, which is why I was calling for this cool off when this candle was way up here in the green. Now you got a wick on it, but you have this squeeze developing over here on the weekly here. So I'm waiting for this to cool off. This is where you got the cool off here. This is where you got the pump from that one there. And then I have it marked out. I don't think that there's many occasions here on the weekly time frame. A lot more occasions on the 4-hour time frame. So the 4-hour time frame was what I looked at to confirm that this sort of cool off is going to happen with Hood. And then you can see how it was showing the squeeze over here for some sort of a cool off, which is just putting in some sort of a pattern formation here right now. And the squeeze on the weekly. And then I just look back over here at the 4-hour time frame to confirm it for the move up, which it did. So the 4-hour absolutely precedes. So you had the squeeze over here on the selling pressure here, which superseded the squeeze for the weekly a little bit by a small margin. But since that's coming from the weekly time frame, you may actually do get that interaction here with the 60, and then I'll be looking for a bigger cool off here for hood, and then that's why I'll be looking to buy. I would definitely be looking to buy. So we had the breakdown from this ascending trend line here, and now we're just ranging around in here in this little formation here, with the target back down here around this this gap, which would put you into interaction with that 26. So we'll see how price performs if it manages to get the breakdown to here. Circle still in this range, in between this volume area here. So nothing really to update there. Let's see, we were looking at this and saying this selling pressure would eventually cool off here with that nice squeeze there. So finally starting to see some action out of CNC, which is great. Finally seeing some action out of CNC. Just be careful with how much you think it's going to do, but it's a great time to buy it like this. Just, you know, the BBB is affecting a lot of the healthcare sector stocks, so that is what that is. Rivian, I said I like it. It looks terrible. Long term, it has looked absolutely terrible. It has not been a great performer, but you can see the change in sentiment coming around Rivian. So nice break of the range down here and back into it. That's wonderful. Looks like a nice little inverse head and shoulder. Maybe coming back up here to this. Let's go daily. So it's basically ranging between 3 areas here. You have a nice volume area here. It's your 3rd largest volume area here. Your number 1 area here with your point of control running through this section here. And I think price continues to get stopped out here around the point of control. And then this is your 2nd largest volume area here. So basically just moving in between here and here, here and here, here, and then potentially back down here. But right now it looks really nice. So if it stops out here and comes back up, may have a lot more room, momentum to push up, and then I look for it to come up to here. It's a great opportunity. It's a great opportunity. Has not been a great performer, but it's a great opportunity. People are going to look for somewhere else to put their money if they're not interested in putting it in Tesla. You know, I'm seeing a lot more of this vehicle on the road, so it's a second best option. It is a second best option, in my opinion. And then last but not least is Pony. Pony. So Pony is just ranging here between the dynamic cloud high and dynamic cloud low. You can't tell it now because I don't have it turned on. I'm not even sure if it's for this time frame. And it looks like it is for this time frame, but you won't see much more because it's not enough. It's not generating enough data because it's not old enough. It's not old enough here to pull more data in, but it's just ranging in this in the dynamic cloud between the high and the low right now. Did get a small little peak out here down here to this next area right here of a volume. The ones that are dashed out, there's not a lot of volume there. So just this zone right here is where you have your volume. And then very minor volume down through here. And then your low and your high. But it's holding here. And I bought some of this, and I think that it will eventually get a nice move up and out of this area to come back up and re-challenge that high. But right now, 4 hour. Could have put in a higher low. Could be putting in a higher low and then looking for that higher high. I bought some. It's for the long haul. I think that this is a good investment. Pony, and I'm talking a high risk. Pony, Rivian, the trade desk is a great one. Amazon's been giving the trade desk a little bit of a challenge, and the trade desk has its own challenges too. But yeah, I think that there's some good picks. Sound, I think it's going to do a really great job. EXC, once it's done selling off enough to garner more interest, and of course, CNC, the comeback of CMC. That's going to be nice. All right. So Bitcoin just still dancing over here. And yeah, just watch the range. Watch the range here. You can plot out that range from your 1 hour time frame. And it's this inside bar here that we just took the liquidity from. You have a larger bar here, which is your outside bar here, but just working off of that inside bar right now. So watch that liquidity level down here, which is between 110 and 109. So watch that as well in case this measured move from this wedge formation wants to play out. Otherwise, it's a reclaim and then just come back up here for this top side liquidity. So do be sure that you're watching that. I wouldn't look for price to do anything more than this right here. Based on some of the sentiment, that is what I'd be looking for. So that is it for today. I appreciate everybody who stopped by the Coin King channel to hang out with your girl down the Crypto TA. See what I had going on over here on the charts. Unfortunately, I did not have a setup today because I didn't see the confirmations that I was looking for, which is why this is not a setup. It's on that liquidity sweep in here. Yeah, so I will see you in the morning. Thank you very much. Be sure you hit the like button. Be sure you follow me at Down to Crypto TA on X. Be sure you follow the Coin King, DACOINKING. That's D with a dog. The Coin King. Until next time, peace.